Uh-oh. Hey, guard. How you doing? Hey, Venera. Sleepy. Blade, thank you for the 22 months. Fish. I'm almost level 32, and then I can take a break from fishing. Well, after I fish the lake a little bit. I do feel guilty about streaming fishing. I spent like the last 40 minutes debating if or not to go live, and then I did. But at least know I'm guilt-ridden. Didn't I finish last spell? You know, I was thinking about last spell the other day, Chess Bob. Like yesterday or day before. And like I enjoyed myself, I know that. I know that I had fun playing it. But I can't even remember what the fuck the game is. Which means it was like a decent game, but very fucking forgettable, right? I do think it's a good game though. I don't know. It left me wanting, I guess. I don't know what the... No baitcaster reels, no. I can't really justify them in this game until a lot later, I don't think. They're expensive and a separate skill set. How do I feel about Industry of Titan? I need to play more of it, because I don't know how I feel. Being honest, it's, you know, those two, the devs are my friends, so if you ever wonder if I'm honest or not. I felt like it was missing the early game drive for me was just super awkward. For a city builder or a strategy game, it didn't. Everything was kind of just available to you. You kind of could just pick and choose your own route, which normally I would think was really cool. But it left me feeling like I just didn't understand what I should be doing the whole early game. Like you can pretty much go ham and just non-stop build. It causes you to get attacked. I don't know. I lost a run. So I want to go back. I want to play more. I feel like I didn't quite grasp it. What's the new card game everyone's been trying to get me to play? I might check that out. We're doing a sponsor game tomorrow. Oh fuck, I got my fishing tournament tomorrow too. I'm gonna be a tired lad. Roguebook, yeah, I probably will check that out just because it's an easy way to sink some time in. It's super spotty. Yeah, sure, 40. Unfortunately, I'm waiting on my time, my exact days too. I need more people for the fishing trip. We're looking a little thin this time around. Oh, hello. I did not expect that hog to pop up there. Alright, 40, yeah. And if you want to DM me your actual availability, I can see what works out. I may end up rescheduling it too, depending on how quick, well, depending on chat and how quickly they get back to me. Basically, I'm waiting on my ex-wife to decide when her vacation is. And she's not doing it in a reasonable amount of time, so. Am I going to do a tourney here? I don't know. I'm about to get 32. Like, if I log out and log back in, I'll get 32 super fast. I still have my happy hour waiting. So probably not a tourney yet. But I'm only like 100k from... Thank you for the 100 bits. But yeah, I'm only like 100k from 32. And then I'm going to want to check out that new lake, river, whatever it is. That looks like a large perch. It's not that big. You gears aren't ready for Corey. I mean, you can come out here and struggle with like 5.5 kilo reels, but you're going to be chasing them around the lake. The one thing about Corey is it's small, so you can chase them in a boat pretty easy around the lake, but you're going to burn your gear up. It's not super efficient, but if you really just need some variety in your life, you can come out here and fish. Bottom fishing here is not great, but the fish are always consistently pretty small. Yeah, like 10 kilo reels, this is pretty okay. And still can get you into some fun, scary fights. Like, I think I came out here and started fishing pretty hard once I had a saber. The thing is, this is one of those lakes where you can't just target small fish. Besides on the bottom. Did I circle yes on the card? I did, of course. I've had 0 luck with Balea. I actually wanted to go fuck around at Balea. Still think there's much for bottom rods at Balea besides burbot. I think I bought a very long boat ticket here, not thinking about the fact that I probably wouldn't stay because I'm about to get 32. It's fine, it's like 10 bucks here for a boat ticket. It hasn't been very good to me. I did catch a trophy lake trout, but other than that, it's been pretty dead. None of the money fish, no Corys. No sevens. And not really even any Arctics. Is there a fish on that? Oh, there is, a tiny thing. I should log out and turn on my happy hour. This rod is so hard to fucking... That's a big-ass grayling. Oh, no, it's not that big. Man, why'd that look so big? I, like, never catch grayling out here anymore. I used to catch them constantly. 4 or 5 a night, yeah. The burbot usually turn on out there once it's cold. I think below, like, 12 degrees, burbot usually turn on. You'll get the occasional one in warmer weather, but for the most part, I know the little like guide for them says they're not even active above 12 degrees or something around there. But I have caught them in like 20. Oh, did you catch a sterlet? Are those out there, Balea? I was just saying I would really want to kind of go out there and fuck around with my ultralight. Catch a bunch of grayling and brown trout. And chubs. Oh, those chubs will smoke my ultralight, actually. Chubs fight like crazy. Hey, Bryces. And the nighttime is here. Goodbye, fish. It was nice seeing you. Yeah, my little ultralight, even like a 1 kilo chub can pull pretty good. He's gonna snap your shit. You don't know that. You didn't fight it to the end, man. I had a fish once spool me down to like the tiniest little sliver. It was all the way in the red and then die. And I reeled that fucker in. Hey, Zenix Age. Yeah, you went pretty hard today, Juju. At least every time I peeked at the computer, you were here. Time to park the old boat. I need to make more food and drink soon. How old is this? Does it say when it was made? No. Yeah, these are hunters I've got out here on my big rods. They're doing okay. I had that one really good day with them, but... It's weird the small fish haven't been hitting more than that. Funky minnow? I see Funky Minnow on records all the time, and I've never had any luck with it anywhere. Like, it's a couple of fish here and there, but nothing exciting. I did get that trophy lake trout though. That's a nice 117 bucks. Alright, we're gonna log out and back in real quick. Yeah, spin fishing just not good at night in this game, annoyingly. It's going, Harry. How you doing? I got one trophy tonight, TM, so can't complain. About to get to the new lake. A lot of casting on the new lake, which will be a change of pace for me. I mean, they work, it's just not as fast, you know? It just slows way down. When you're going from, you know, consistent hits to... not sleeping when you should be. That's my life in a nutshell. And then sleeping when I shouldn't be. Night bottom rods, I don't have a problem. The massive temp changes in Russia, it might be a lot different than here in the States, because, like, it's 7 fucking degrees Celsius now. Alright, let's get to work on our happy hour, eh? Bumping the bottom for mussels? Oh, that makes sense. That's smart. I usually just... I mean, I always have the bottom rods out if I'm casting. Why not? I really wish this game had a mini-map. Alright, and now we got a bunch of bait stuff to do. Whole bunch of fish to cut up. I'm only gonna go where people tell me they want to fish with me, Pantoma. I have no idea where I'm gonna go until chat says, hey man, come here and fish with me. That's the importance of people asking. Otherwise there is no trip. There's a post in Discord, a bunch of people posted, you can follow along. But Indiana's very likely, seeing as I'm in Michigan. It's hard to leave without going through your state. The problem with following that shit, Bad Juju, is it changes so fast. By the time you get there and buy it and use it, it can be garbage. Or just be a bad day for it. Like, people don't like to take... They really don't like to take individual days into account. But weather changes a lot. Day-to-day fishing is... I am trolling and forgot. Where the fuck are... Didn't I have my rods in the... Oh, I logged out. I am not trolling. But yes. I am going to be doing another fishing trip, and it's solely dependent on chat. I stop to fish with you. I plan my route based on chat. Weather, sunlight. I feel like cloudy days are almost always better for me than sunny days in this game, unless it's one of the places where that causes a serious temp drop that can affect certain species. Yeah. It's the whole thing about science in this game, and I've argued this with a few people that like really lean heavy on, well, they say this is better than that. Like, you can make assumptions, you know, you can, you know, if you fish with something for a week and never catch a fish on it, you can assume it's no good, right? But the reality is you can't do true science in this game. You can't. You're never going to cast in the exact same spot. Even if you do cast in the exact same spot, it's 5 minutes later in the day. Something has changed. And if you try to recreate it tomorrow is not exactly the same. There is no true science in this game to guarantee what's best and what's not. I'm cutting up the fish to level my skill and to have bait if I ever need it. They're not, the fish without a little tag in the corner aren't worth shit. Anyway, they're worth pennies. They're basically tiny baby fish. Or tiny baby versions of that fish. So those fish were only worth a couple of pennies. Might as well get some skill ups. Attempts at skill ups if I can. And some bait. Oh, I have a lake minnow. It's the right size. I love the lack of true science. That's what ruins most Sims, IMO, is they get solved. They solve the equation, and then they're no longer a simulator, right? Because you're just min-maxing. I think if anything, there's so much negative science in this game. There's so much backwards. Like, everyone goes to these records. Everyone goes off what people are telling you is hot. And that leaves so many lures that just don't get fished. That just don't get fucked with. I love when I see a random lure on a weekly record list that I haven't seen anybody use in ever. I saw like one of the starter lures the other day had set a weekly record. And then like 2 days later, there were 3 other people who'd set the same record with it, right? So, or a similar record with it. But yeah, it's a great fact in this game that because we don't truly know what's best, there, like the Gengar just said, there's that excitement of trying something new and maybe solving a new puzzle. Like, let's see. Oh, mine was a weekly record, but I think it was just a US record. Let's see. Oh, there's some variety on that one. I had a feeling though I was gonna look at there and see the exact same lure. Can you just buy a reel with actual money, Gengar? Or is that not you? The microtransactions in the you did, yeah, the microtransactions in this are so steep. I think the best value for if you're gonna use gold in this game is repairing, because it does the repairing instantly. It's a good thing that they are. Doesn't tempt you to spend. Hey, Zillis. All of a sudden, Grayling are here. Trolled for 2 days. Caught 1. Catch 3 in a lap. Hey, good. Did I do everything I wanted to do? I think so. I probably should be after some big carp to finish my level, but... yeah, Fishing Planet had similar. At least enough to like skip way ahead in gear for like $10 and... There's big fish in every lake, I'm pretty sure, Ghost. Even like the starting, I think besides the cottage pond, the like level 1 lake, but... what is the biggest caught in here so far? Let me get this back in the water. Biggest fish, there's 17, there's 19, there's 20 keys, there's 39 kilos. Is the biggest in here, so that's a hell of a fucking fish. But yeah, with the common carp and stuff, there's like always a 20 kilo fish in every lake at least, and even 20 kilos is a hell of a fish. Bigger than anything I've caught. IRL. Biggest fish I've found in this lake. I just did an 11 kilo fish. Let's see, 10 kilo Arctic char. What was my Cory char the other day? 8 kilo Cory char, so I think it will be that 11 kilo lake trout I just caught. I went by it. Yeah, 11.3. I've spent quite a bit of time here too. IRL or in the game? In the game it's no different. IRL depends on the species. Really the only challenge to cutting up fish is their bone structure. Some bigger fish, that means some of those annoying bones got even bigger and more in the way. Yeah, they were specifically asking biggest for this lake. So I was looking at the 3 big species in this lake. Like on a bluegill, for example, they have a little bone called a Y bone. So basically, they have a rib cage, and at the top of their rib cage, or actually, it's like in the middle of their rib cage. In the middle of their rib cage, they have another bone that sticks out, which makes filleting them a little bit annoying. But on the really small bluegill, a lot of people will just cut right through that Y bone because it's a 1/16 of an inch, right? It's nothing that's going to hurt anybody in a fillet. But as the fish get bigger, or you get into like really big crappie, those Y bones become thicker, longer, and no longer able to be left in a fillet. A lot of people cut right through those Y bones without even knowing they're there on the small fish. And Y bones are on a lot of fish. It's actually a really interesting way I've seen some big fish filleted too, like pike filleted in 4 pieces instead of 2. Instead of taking a side fillet, they like basically cube the fish to avoid those Y bones. The older I get, the less I care about bones, though. You know, I'll pick them out of my food. It doesn't bug me. Yeah, Ghost Magic. You should look, if you eat pike regularly, you should look it up. I think pike is actually a pretty good fish to eat. It's big, you can prepare it well. You can cook it a lot of different ways. But yeah, they actually fillet down the top, like down the spine. It's very interesting. But yeah, that bone structure thing is really why people fish the fish they fish. It isn't just they taste better. It's they taste good and they're not a pain in the ass to eat. Because pike is a fine example. It tastes good, but nobody really catches it as a food fish because it's a pain in the ass to eat. So it doesn't really have a good name in fishing, even though it is a good, tasty fish. Well, it's a pain in the ass, Kath. You know, like when people do fish fries and stuff like I don't get fish fries because it's so much work. Like, I don't know who wants to sit around and fillet 70 fish. Not me. Is it then that I've never cleaned either? I was shocked to find out Asian carp are like really good to eat. I've never cooked a catfish, but I think if I was gonna do it, I would just do it whole. Missouri eat them a lot. Yeah, I was in Kentucky and this whole crew of guys showed up, and they were catching them like crazy to take home to Minnesota. They drove down from Minnesota to get a whole bunch of them, freeze them, and take them home. Hey there, Corey. Yeah, that's what they were doing, snagging them with these big weighted trebles. Looked like a lot of work. They were throwing these big fucking trebles, man, with a weight on the bottom. Because we were right at a dam, so the current was crazy. Oh, there's a fish on this other pole. And they were throwing those fuckers out there, and then just ripping the line up as fast and as hard as they could. And then letting it sink back down, and then ripping it up as fast. They got a fish every single fucking time they threw out. We snagged one on accident just throwing jigs, actually. Oh, buddy. Not even something like, you know, good for snagging. Nice smile. So the big thing with a lot of that Neuer, though, is the fish are so small that you can't really cook them like any other way. They're done in seconds. Like, you're not going to grill a bluegill fillet. It'll be done in 3 seconds. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Which is, again, where you get into that difference of big and little fish. You heard you catch them was really? Somebody here was talking about they were just on a fishing trip. They're in Europe, but they said they were trying and trying. You can do like a, kind of like a chum cloud and hope they just accidentally eat your hook. But they're massively invasive, so they're one I don't give a shit. Go out and bow hunt them if you want to. I'm definitely not a big fan of most fishing. Like, I fish a lot, but most people's fishing. I get pretty heated seeing how much people overfish and killing fish for no good reason and all that shit, but I just love the sport, man. I want it to be here and be healthy for the future for my kid. Paddlefish, really? I'm gonna need you to add your name to my fishing road trip list, Stenda. I don't care if you're eating fish, man. I just think there's a lot of people that act like they care a lot about the sport, and then they overdo it, you know? Like, going out and catching 90 fish to have a fish fry for the whole neighborhood. Like, that shit to me is just... Especially where I live, we have a lot of small lakes. Like, in most places, that's probably not an issue. 90 fish is no big deal, but my lake's 80 acres. It's like the size of... It's about the size of Corey. You go out and pick 90 fish off their beds while they're still pregnant just so you can, you know, have a barbecue with your family. Like, you're going to be complaining the next 2 years when the fish aren't very good. There's a limit on panfish, but I think it's like 35. I don't know. I'd never go anywhere near it. I think it's like 35. Go out with 3 guys. That's 90 fish. I will feel better soon. Yeah. I'm good. If it makes you feel any better, I feel guilty every time I boot this game up. I sat here for like 30 minutes trying to find something else I wanted to play. And then I was like, man, if I don't start streaming fishing, I'm going to end up streaming nothing tonight. So, but I feel guilty every time I boot this game up. Are fish ready to release eggs? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a fish that's pregnant, except that you're taking it. The problem is fish, especially like panfish, but most fish in general, when they're on their beds, it's called, they make these little beds where they lay their eggs. They're super defensive. They're super hungry because they sit there protecting that bed all day. You can see the beds because they like clean a little circle on the ground, so you can see the circles in the ground. We have really clear water up here, again, similar to Corey. So you can just literally drive around the lake and go fish, 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 and pick the fish right off their beds. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Ice fishing is another one that's gotten really, really bad with technology. It's so easy now for guys to find fish with sonar, and the fish are super lethargic in the winter. They don't move around a lot. They're not traveling. So if you find a school of perch, you can just sit there and catch every single one of them. They're so hungry they will actually bite twice. Which is why you'll get ice fishermen that throw the little ones on the ice and wait till they're done, then kick them back in the water. I have my technology, and I love my technology. I'm not getting rid of it or anything like that, but I definitely think it comes down to, like, you know, just being smart enough not to overdo it. You want to sit there and out there and have those good days of fishing, you got to actually take into consideration things like throwing fish on the ice. Fish will come back to life after they're frozen, but they'll come back to life usually damaged to a point that they'll die shortly thereafter. But because a bunch of hillbillies have watched fish come back to life, they just continue to do it, not caring. And a lot of the fish I fish for, electronics aren't the solution to catching them, you know, like big flatheads and stuff like that. Like, it can help you find some structure and stuff on the bottom. Helps me find bait fish to use to catch flatheads, but at the end of the day, you still gotta cast around a whole fuckload if you're gonna look for flatheads. This is a good fish on here. The fishing and hunting both, I grew up around it my whole life. The amount of misinformation I've been fed by, you know, and I use hillbilly pretty lax here, but by idiots, honestly. By idiots that they learned something from their granddaddy or their grandpappy, and they just think that's the way, instead of, like, actually taking some time to do a little bit of research, you know? The good news is fishing is still something that, you know, the DNR is pushing. They want us out there doing it. Most of our lakes are doing very, very well, as far as sustaining around here anyway. Oh, that's a fish. That's a fish. Not even a trophy. I don't agree with that, Nerdy. That's the opposite of what I think, actually. That might be the best information on where to catch fish, sure, but not on how to respect that river, lake, pond. But yeah, how to fish it, sure. Casual 10 kilo. I worked for that thing. I'm tired. Especially important again. Our lakes. My lake has no other water that feeds it. There are no new fish coming in from other sources. It is 100, just like Corey here. It is 100%. Oh no, I think Corey has a stream over there, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. It's 100% locked in. Absolutely, Nerdy. Abso-fucking-lutely. Those indigenous people that, like, we don't live in that time anymore. We don't need to eat fish to survive. We don't need to eat like they used to. Yeah, absolutely. Those people are the ones that were the problem. There's a reason, you know, any animal that was easy to catch and kill was murdered to extinction or nearly to extinction. It was indigenous people. Rip Native Americans then? Yeah, man. I do not agree with Native Americans still getting to continue in their hunting and fishing practices. Not at all. And if you want to really get into it, like, look at how abused it is in places like Alaska. Do not agree. Or go look at fishing in places like India and see what's happened there, where people didn't get involved and start to put set fish limits and set laws and rules. Go see how India's fishing is doing. What's up with Indian fishing? So like in the States, a lot of Native Americans can still hunt and fish traditionally, and hunt and fish for things that you know, everyone else can't. And I don't agree with that. And then I was talking specifically about India and a lot of these other coastal nations that don't have wildlife laws, and how horribly bad they have destroyed their wildlife because of it, and because of other people involved in, but the whole idea of, you know, indigenous people moving with the food, it's 'cause they killed it. But we just don't have to survive like that, man. And you know, when you didn't know where your next meal was coming from, it was a whole different story. You know, yeah. If I didn't know where my meal was going to be coming from for the next 30 days, sure, I'd catch 70 fish and keep them all. But I don't need to do that. Most people don't need to do that. Commercial's a bigger problem? Well, we're discussing lakes and rivers, right? Commercial fishing isn't really a big issue here in lakes and rivers. But it is also an issue. Absolutely. But I don't see the point in only addressing the bigger issues either, right? Like, it starts as recognizing it's an issue. According to who Lake Erie is ruined by Canadian fishermen? I'm not from Lake Erie to know, but everybody I've talked to this year has said it's been one of the best years Lake Erie's had in a decade. At least for walleye. But yeah, you get it. Same with like the Rio Grande, you know, it has U.S. laws, but, or it's separated 50-50 with U.S. and Mexico. So yeah, the U.S. side enforces these laws, and the Mexican side has different laws, and a lot of blame goes on there. Here in Michigan, we blame Wisconsin and Illinois for not participating as much in stocking in Lake Michigan as they used to. I do not believe that Canada has no limit fishing. I do not believe that. I think you have been misinformed. I'm Wisconsin's hat. Know my role. I'm in Michigan, bro. If you live in Wisconsin, you're further north than me. Anywhere in Wisconsin. I'm a weird ass hat. From my understanding, but a lot of that stuff's misinformation, I'm sure, too. Yeah, what I was told was that Wisconsin stopped stocking so many perch in Lake Michigan because they all came over to our side of the lake. But that's probably just some fisherman's tale. Some excuse, and not the truth. It's just probably not true, either, Gallagher. I'm part of enough Facebook groups to see all the nonsense reasons people think their fishing's dying out. It also just has good seasons and bad seasons. When it's really good, everyone's talking about it, everyone's fishing it. Canadian... It's the same limit in Ohio and Canada for walleye. 15-inch minimum for walleye per person. Which is again why I don't trust locals with their fishing. Oh, it's a commercial issue. That would be harder to look up. Yeah, you guys in Canada have a lot of lakes that are strictly catch and release too, right? Where they're advertised that way. One's, yeah. Or if they feel one's just getting out of hand. That's the thing. People just don't want to. They always think they know better than those involved. They've been really opening up deer licenses here because there's just not enough hunters and too many fucking deer. Letting us buy them in advance and shit now. We do have, they're not just farm tags. Private property tags for does. But it's, you just have to have private property and not public land. I think the way it works now, don't quote me on this, Denda, but I think they just have started doing X number of tags. As in, the DNR has this many tags available and you can purchase them. I don't know it's very weird, but you can get a lot if you buy them early enough. You can stock up. Like I said, this year they opened it up so you could pre-purchase instead of, because people would wait until they got one and then buy one, you know, or wait until they were going hunting and then buy one. So now you can pre-purchase tags. Yeah, see, pickerel to me is a different species of pike. It's not, there's like grass pickerel and stuff. They're a lot smaller, but they're very different to pike. You knew pickerel as walleye? I wouldn't be surprised because it's a toothy critter. I mean, we call bowfin dogfish here, and dogfish elsewhere is something completely different. We call freshwater drum sheep's head, or sheep's head, whatever, and it's a completely different species elsewhere. Like, it's pretty common. Uh, this game, bream is an actual species of fish. You go down south and people will call bluegill bream or brim. Every panfish is a bream except crappie. Yeah, okay. And them slabs? We've been catching so many bowfin here lately. I hadn't caught one since I was like 12 years old, and they are just everywhere now. Chain pickerel, grass pickerel are the two that I know of. Two types that I know of actual pickerel. That's their true name. And yeah, they're significantly smaller than pike. Null, if you are curious to look for them in this summer weather, just throw, like, you know, your classic morning and nights for topwater. Throw that frog or whatever topwater bait you're using in just the shallowest, nastiest water. They will make themselves known, man. They come out of the water full body, not like a bass, you know. When they miss half their strikes because of it, but they come out of that body or that water full body. But they love that nasty, hot, shallow water. But I was catching them the other day on circle hooks catfishing because I kept accidentally casting too close to shore. The water's down so bad here, and they were eating up night crawlers on circle hooks. Anything else to take the hook out? So they're toothy, and not like a pike where their teeth are back. They're actual toothy. Not too bad. The bigger they get, I think the less of a pain in the ass it is. All the big ones I catch only have teeth on the bottom, and they're like, it's like they've worn off their top teeth. I did have one get gut hooked on the circle and just cut it because I wasn't about to try to go down there and get it out. I love circle hooks, man. It's the greatest fishing invention in my lifetime. So great. Really makes catfishing a sport fish, you know? That's a pretty good chain, honestly. From what I know about chain pickerel. That was one off Elite Pike or Elite 7. Should they just like I've only had one gut hooked circle. One catfish that was gut hooked on a circle hook out of the hundreds I've caught since I switched. And it was so easy to get out in comparison to other hooks. Wolves coming down? No, I'm like Indiana, man. When I tell people like I'm a different part of Michigan than everybody imagines. It's nothing but corn and farms down here. It's warm. Yeah, we have massive whitetails. We have massive whitetails. Compared to my northern Michigan friends, our deer are so much bigger. And so much easier to get to. I could not count the number of deer I passed on last year. Yeah, see, that's exactly the kind of stuff, Dirty, that I 100% disagree with. Unless it was truly told to you by a DNR officer, you were probably just spending all day breaking the law. But I know a lot of guys that kill every pike they catch, a lot of guys that kill every bowfin they catch, every carp they catch. Because it's not the fish they want. Lakes go through cycles, man. If pike population's up, there's a bait fish population to support it. You're going to kill all the pike, and then what? Something else is going to hopefully take over and deal with the bait fish population? That's your hope, eh? Nerdy, there's laws that specifically keep us from killing them. It's called naturalizing. And you can't tell me that northern pike aren't native here, but yeah, it's just not the truth anymore. That's exactly what I'm getting at. It's not the truth anymore. At one point, it may have been the case, but we've never reached a culling point with deer. We have never had any kind of statewide deer culling. I've drove by like 300 pike lakes in Michigan. Alright, I'm exaggerating. Like 3. Where the name of the lake is Pike Lake, so it's very interesting to hear they're not native. We share water bodies though, Nerdy. Like, if you're talking about northern Ohio, we share water bodies. Ooh, nice level too. I mean, Minnesota literally just released a post with the regulations on pike, informing people how to catch them, to handle them, informing people they're good to eat. Oh! So I find it wild to believe that they're also simultaneously saying they're an invasive species you need to murder. It's 2 per day. The limit is still 2 per day in the posts they have. Like, this is your state, man. Oh, sorry. It's 10. It's 10 up of 22 to 20. 10, but no more than 2 over 26. And must release all fish 30 to 40 inches, with only 1 over 40 inches allowed. So what that post is telling me is they don't want to kill the big breeding pike in your state. They specifically want you to pick out little ones so big ones can continue to have a good and healthy population. But that doesn't mean kill them all. That has to do with regulating a healthy population. Is in no way a culling. Those two things are completely different. Is it because bigger are more like to defend for themselves? So fish, it's not just bigger is more like to defend for themselves. Yes, that's part of it. A bigger fish has a better chance of survival. Fish is dog eat dog to the as to the letter. But also bigger fish genetically lay bigger fish, right? They genetically will have bigger babies. From what I've been told by the DNR officer that I talk to about stuff like this regularly. Which is why, like, when they stock muskie and stuff like that, they don't stock 18-inch muskie. Even though an 18-inch muskie can get out there and do its thing and breed already, they wait until they're big, stock big muskie. Kill on sight, but only 10 times. There's a 10 per day limit, though. That's less than bluegill. That's less than walleye. That's less than... That's not a culling. That's a very, very low... a maximum amount of fish you can keep a day. It's less than bass. Sorry, I'm getting DM. Yeah, if you play of a culling, yeah, absolutely. Everything we do is a culling. Every amount of, technically speaking, every amount of fishing or hunting we do is a culling. It's all done with regulation, um, in an attempt to control population. All of it. However, with fishing, it does get really funky because you get into like. It's not always about. It's not about safety or always even the best for the waterway is what's best for the fishing tourism too. Oh yeah, Dr. Turtle, absolutely. It depends on it'll go lake to lake depending on certain species will do that. Not every species is that way, not every state is that way. Certain species though, like we have one lake in Michigan where you can keep muskie like significantly smaller than other states. And it is because they have more muskie. It's been that way since I was like a teenager though. And sturgeon are making a comeback, which is good to hear. It's almost as if the regulations matter and that they're actually putting some work and effort into them. I understand the distrust for the regulations. I think some of the regulations personally are a little confusing. But I understand them. And there is an issue of, like, at least in Michigan, the majority of our DNR, the Department of Natural Resources, their funding comes from hunting and fishing licenses. Which is good and bad. One, they have to care about the population of fish and animals to continue to get funded. But two, they have to get us out there hunting and fishing to get funded, right? So like it's good and bad. Oh, I know you were serious. Or I know you were joking, so like you're not serious. But I was just like, you know, again, I'm all for devil's advocate and things like this. Like I said earlier, I know that there's probably a few people who would disagree with my. I don't support indigenous people getting these extra hunting and fishing rights because it's just not 1742. Bald eagles are back like crazy here, and it's awesome. I hadn't seen one in my entire life, and in the last 3 years, I've seen a dozen. That's great. And nobody should be able to fuck with them. I don't care where they're from originally. That's a fucking pike, huh? And this isn't just an America issue. Like I mentioned earlier, like flightless, I've talked about this one before, but like flightless birds in like you fingers in Europe. That's right, the fingers of Europe. You know, they would breed on these same islands year after year after year, and because of that, people would just go out there and slaughter them by the masses because they were fucking starving. Yeah, the fingers, you know, Norway. The other ones, Finland. There's one more. Scandinavia. Yeah, the like Scandinavian flightless birds were obliterated by the fact that they were easy to And I don't think Scandinavians should get some indigenous right to continue to do it, right? Like, they were doing it wrong. They wiped out the Great Ott and shit like that. But here in the States... I saw that post on Facebook today, William. Yeah, it was the, is the fucking Anakin meme that's getting used for everything, but they replaced his a head with a with a hawk. About using hawk noises for eagles. It really is a wet noodle of a pole. Oh, they are really big, Gengar, yeah. We had one fly, me and the Mostic, when that viewer stalked me and took me fishing. We had one fly right over the boat, man, like right over our heads. Not a very big one, but one fly right over our heads. It was really cool to see. First one I've seen in my town. And yeah, there actually is still a place in Scandinavia where they still run the whales in and slaughter them because it's a tradition, a yearly... Fuck that shit, dude. No. I don't care if it's a tradition. It's a stupid fucking tradition. God, what is that? What are those whales they're murdering by that? God, if you haven't seen the video of those murdered fests, they have a whole party. The whole town comes out and they turn the entire cove blood red, just murdering whales. Just needs to be regulated, Kath. To me, I mean, it all needs to be regulated. Because the sad truth is, it gets abused. Especially here, it gets abused. I have my local archery shop. The dude has 2 stuffed bald eagles. And when I asked him why, he said, because I'm Native American and I can. And a plethora of other exotic animals that you wouldn't see on anyone else's wall. But he owns an archery hunting store. And that's not the point of it, right? I get the idea behind taking away those regulations is so that they can live in the traditions that they were raised upon, but I know there are good examples, Kath, but the problem is when you're getting into it, it affects species. It affects, like, entire species of animals are affected by this. This isn't... I too agree that a lot of the time bad examples can ruin a good thing. Anything we do, someone's going to find a way to abuse it. You know me. I'm well aware of that. You know, we talk about the welfare argument with that one a lot. The amount of people who hate welfare because they don't want someone who doesn't deserve it to get it. But, like, that doesn't hurt and possibly eliminate endangered species. And claimed it was self-defense. It also just feels like such, like, at least in the States, and you're in the same place, right? The Maori were this similar scenario. It just feels like such a shitty attempt at reparations anyway, like... It's like, so we took all your land, murdered most of you. You can hunt and fish however you want. Look at how kind we are. I do think it depends a bit, quite a bit on the area, though. There are places, you know, where that stuff can still be a significant portion of people's livelihood. Alaska's always going to be an interesting example because it is still so important up there that people hunt and fish as a food source, you know. And shouldn't be, right, Kath? Because, like, if the tradition was fucking ritual virgin sacrifice, we'd say no. We have a lot of virgins. We do in this chat, that's for sure. Kiwi coats all day. The fur thing bugs the shit out of me, but I know that it's a prime example of an issue that's nearly impossible to solve, right? Like, I hate how many animals get killed now because they're pests, because they have to. That it's not the animals that get killed; it's the fact that we can't do anything with them. We can't even use their fur anymore. But if we bring back popularity of fur, that means there's value in it, and that means they'll get fucking hunted to the edge of extinction and poached and shit like that. But meanwhile, I'm got a closet full of raccoon trench coats I wear when you're not looking. Sure, I'm joking or not? I am joking. I always wanted to get into like a mild amount of taxidermy because I really like fur. I think it's cool. And growing up hunting, you don't do anything with the fur of 99% of the animals you kill. Which feels really wasteful because it's super fucking cool. We had I think it was a Mexican raccoon or a Mexican possum. I don't know. Some foreign possum as a pet was loose in town, and it was a whole to-do. Every hillbilly here was all excited to go out and find it. Some exotic pet got loose. I'm level 32 and can go to the new lake, but just haven't yet. Not our possum fur, it's disgusting. Fur is tanning, not taxidermy. I mean, you have to do you have to, I'm sure they still have to do some type of tanning in taxidermy, or it would smell like rotten assholes. I mean, feral pigs. People still don't recognize feral pigs are just exactly as it says, like a feral dog or a feral cat. They're feral fucking pigs. And they go back feral so fast. And there are so many of them taking over the United States. And I bet we're gonna have a fuckload more after this whole COVID thing, because COVID made every fucking sort of hillbilly want to be a farmer. Anybody who had an acre of land decided to get chickens or some sort of animal. Yeah, I thought it was part. It has to be it, 'cause tanning is the process of removing all the nasty shit from the hide that makes it stink, Melon. But you're right that the two jobs are different in making a jacket and and a taxidermist. Taxidermist makes mounts. I tanned one deer hide with my grandma, and it was okay. It wasn't that gross. But I bet if you were doing it every day in like the same building, day after day through summers, it would be disgusting and horrid. Like a butcher's shop, but worse. Yeah, you gotta scrape off all the bits that are gonna rot on the inside of the skin and salt the hell out of it. Made half town seem like hell, I bet, yeah. There's been all these protests for the paper mill in Kalamazoo because it makes a part of Kalamazoo smell rotten. And because the company doesn't want to deal with the backlash from people, they've attempted to eliminate the smell, which means dumping in a bunch of detergents and stuff that aren't good. They were pushed so hard over all these years because they were such a bad polluter in Kalamazoo, including the Kalamazoo River specifically. And they finally got to a point where they were like fairly clean, and now everyone's complaining it stinks, so. Because they recycle paper, which is a stinky process. I don't think it smells that bad. I think it just smells like wet newspaper. It's a little funky, yeah. But it's sad that they're going backwards, right? Like we wanted them to be clean, and in the process of being a clean company, they have now made people mad because they stink. People steal hives from bee farmers. Are queens that expensive? I used to have to drive through Gary every time I went anywhere. I know about stinky cities. You just get used to it, Nano. We raised those pigs last year, and I got to the point with the pig smell that I found it kind of comforting. I should have just sold them all. Oh, wait, no. Because the cereal plant? Yeah, I dated a girl that worked there for a while, and she always smelled like cereal. Consider moving to Battle Creek. I'm only like 30 minutes from Battle Creek. Battle Creek's alright. You know, if you want that small city vibe, it's alright. The surrounding areas are are quite decent, honestly. The smaller towns around Battle Creek. They do still have I think they still have the cereal festival. And the Kellogg's did a big balloon show every year. We always went to it as a kid. I think they still do it. But it's a pretty nice place. It's got bad areas like most cities do, but it's not a huge city. There's no massive cities around us. This whole west side of Michigan is pretty chill because you know, people always ask me about Detroit, but I'm closer to Chicago than Detroit. I think at Battle Creek you're definitely closer to Detroit than Chicago. But you're still like an hour and a half out of Detroit, I think. It's a nice time of year. Yeah, we get the fertilizer time of year. Yeah, I love where I live, man. I never have to deal with traffic. It's rural enough, but everything I need is within a driving distance. Kalamazoo's got about everything. If not, Battle Creek has it all. And if I really want to get city life, I'm only an hour and 45 minutes, 2 hours, depending on the day, 2.5 hours to Chicago. Yeah, I had a friend that I used to visit a lot in Lake Orion or Lake Orion. I never knew which was the actual pronunciation. Which is out your way. But yeah, it's just suburb after suburb over there. I hate it. Alright. I'm sure I should buy stuff before I go. But nah. It's $100 fucking to go here? I should have bought stuff before I left. Oh, is it not more expensive here? Just tent. Empty. I want to buy a map. Which tent sells maps? None of them. What's going on in that tent? The tent that looks like a helicopter? Oh, this is the admin building. $50 for a map? Huh. Bigger than it looks, eh? Yeah, you got that woodland you can run through. You firing up? Take me with you. So what fish we get out here? Arctic char, Asian smelt. Look at the size of that Chinook salmon. Like, everything was originally caught on that spoon, huh? Chum salmon. Coho. I like that the biggest one is unique. God, look how much that spoon gets used. Yeah, it's mellow over here. Ann Arbor's too young for me. Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids both, if you like to go out to the bar and do the whole craft brew thing. Long nose suck me. What is a Kaluga? A very big sturgeon. People have caught them on the spoons? Big ones, too. Someone said yesterday they're rumored to get up to 1,000 kilos. Or 2,000 kilos, maybe. I don't know, some X kilos. Where am I? What's this place called? Yama. They're still using that one, huh? Two-ton. Biggest fish that's been caught in this game is 1,000 kilos, so I think I have that lure with me, actually. I do. You gotta start with a meta pick. Mendon? Is he a big lad? Every dude I've ever met from Mendon is some swole. Mendon's one of those towns that prides themselves on sports so hard it's crazy. Every boy comes out of there a tank. Look at us catching fish already. Used to play Mendon in football. They were terrifying. Ah, it's a girl. I mean, you don't have to play meta, but it's nice to get into the fish, figure out where they are. I certainly run a lot of lures that aren't popular. I think I'll throw this way. And then hopefully I'll bring it in on this side of that rocks. What the hell works out here for bottom rods? I saw night crawlers on there. I don't want to get one of those big sturgeon though. Steal those rocks. Just slide one of them in my pocket real quick. Track down all my reels wherever they've gone. Oh, that one stays. Throw a nightcrawler on there. See what happens. We're in the river. Give him the cockchafer. Oh, I'm gonna change my hook first. Give him the cockchafer. I've been to hell. It's like a classic biker place to go. It's dumb. It's just a tourist trap. What have you been using out here, Noel? Any old spoon will do. As much as spinners have been doing well everywhere else for me, I'm tempted to try them, but it probably won't work. Where you been fishing? This isn't gonna work worth a damn this way in the current. Ain't doing it. Let's throw this giant ass spiker out there. Yay! Yeah, I normally jig step my spoons, but I had been trying to stop and go. It worked really well at Corey. I figured similar fish. This big one never does anything for me. I cast it once. Throw it away. I can throw that medium a decent distance. I have a fish already. I went to adjust my reel speed. It was already on. Don't tell me how to live my life. This man needs to scoop. Eat pickles and scoop. Did one of you get a fish? Where the fuck is your line? Oh, there it is. No, but one of you jangled. Between 30 and 50 jig stepping, huh? I did buy a garbage ultralight setup. Let's try it again. I've done some top water stuff for carp. I've never jig stepped that fast. Can't tell when it's up to speed. It's giving me stop and go. It's an actual bug on my monitor, so it makes it feel more like real fishing. Fish, 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 fish. I'm just a chum salmon kind of guy. about just a retrieval. Interest rates are super low though, so it's a tempting time to buy when you can get a really good payment, even when the prices are steep. That's how they get you. You'll just be upside down, but at least you can afford your payment, you know? Is this a different one? Oh, it's an Arctic char. I did see some top water on there. Maybe we need to hit the top water. Do I have any set up? No. I don't know what size hook this uses. I'm gonna guess 1/0. Might be a 2. We're gonna use 1 because I have a pair of 1/0s. I don't know what speed worked best for walking the dog. Is this thing light? I didn't feel like it threw very far. Surprised at how few hits I'm getting in the shallows. How light was that thing? Oh yeah, it's just under my weight. Damn it. Can't cast you very far. Random spinner go. I should move, is what I should do. I wonder where bottom fishing is, so I can at least double down a little bit. It's a big ass map. There's a lot of area to cover. We want to make sure we're at least casting down stream though, or it's a pain in the dick. I just naturally have this helicopter going. God, I can't believe it was $100 to come out here. I have to live here now for the rest of my life. I mean, IRL, this would be the first place I'd go. Everything looks like a dong if you put it in your mouth. Oh, fly away. Fly away. I'm gonna suck this robot dong. Oh yeah. Caught you a dolly. Does not have fly fishing. It's supposed to be... People were expecting it with this update. The rumor is it's coming. Same rumor about me. I mean, they did that with the reels, the new reels that came out. So I mean, it's understandable that people felt that way. The conventional reels were advertised on a picnic table. I don't know how to jig step this fast. How long are you reeling for? How long are you pausing? I just keep getting stop and go. My blood. No, I don't use a controller. Nothing. It just retrieving has been more successful, it feels like almost. It's a dinky. It's a small coho. A burbot. I mean, I'll take it. It's something. What? Set my rod down to dig up worms. This is what I get. There was a big grayling order. Does that meet it, Jesse? I'm thinking you're still streaming and can't hear me, but I'll pretend like we're talking. It's a big grayling, though. Double Nuts has got these fish figured out. I need a dolly. 137, 135. Let's become a burbot, man. Burbot. It's fucking warm for burbot. It is a burbot. Let's go see this spot, though. Oh, don't forget your light. The pears and apples grow in the same climate? I've never seen a pear farm, but we have a fuck ton of apples here. Where the fuck do pears grow? Apparently mission top 6 states to make pears. Huh, never seen a pear farm. We got a lot of blueberries, cherries, grapes, apples. I said that one. I think those are the big fruits around here. Yeah, on my road there's a vineyard, and at the end of it there's an orchard. Cherries. This is a long run. 137, 135. We're here. It's just fucking random, eh? Just out here. Oh, this is deep hole, I guess. This has a tiny hook on it. Oh, I didn't close that bale. Oh, there's sticks and rocks over there, though. All the cover. Wait, which way's the current going? That way? I can't fucking tell. Video game current left. Morning, Zero. Super awkward to cast to the right then. Yeah, your lure's gonna end up floating into you. I'm breaking the rules already. Moving myself. IRL, you wouldn't catch me here unless I was catfishing. And then I wouldn't be going out on those rocks. I don't fish much for trout, salmon species. I have a boat, so I don't do a lot of waiting, no matter how I'm fishing. I really thought these would be popping off. Maybe this one floated. I may not have gotten it out very far. That's right where I'm at, Null. I was doing better on the other side of the river, though. Can't tell how fucking wide this river is, or see how far I'm casting at night. Maybe when he said cast at those rocks, he meant these two tiny rocks. He didn't. It's so weird to cast upstream like that. It feels so wrong to me. Especially with the pause, because it's floating the same way you're reeling. Oh god. That fucker popped off. You're fishy, fishy, fishy. Yeah, I'm coming, fish. This one missed the fish. I'm gonna swap it. Which one am I holding here? Is there any way to tell? Yeah, holding this one, I think. That's not far enough. Things keep hitting it, but not hooking up. Wow, that thing floated all awkward downstream. These cucumbers just aren't filling enough. They're no Tommy pickles. Sorry. There's a cat outside freaking out, and I like this cat. I don't have a light. Will this work? You okay, kitty? You okay? Oh, you're both here. You fight. Oh, two kitties. Okay, I don't know you. Go on. Get out of here. No fighting in my yard. There's two black cats fighting in my yard. What does it mean, Joe? Don't fight. You're gonna piss my dogs off. Alright, you done fighting? You're making me let bugs in my house. You done fighting? Come here, Panthera. Come here. Come here. Fucking neighborhood cats, man. This one's been bringing me dead animals, so I like it. While I'm up, I'm gonna grab a drink. It's an all-black cat. This is the first thing I came up with. There's two of them, though. Apparently. dog's about to freak out when she sees this cat. Sitting outside my big glass door. Oh, I'm getting a bite, aren't I? Damn it. Distracted by cats. This better be tasty pickles and nothing else. Why are you just sitting on my porch, cat? You got your own home. Hi. I'd let it in, but I'm afraid one of my dogs will eat it. She's very nice for a while, and then she decides you're her bitch and starts biting you like crazy. Nah, the one cat, we can tell them apart. One has a white spot on his chest, and the other one doesn't. And the one cat is very mean. Won't let you get anywhere near it. My house is an A-frame that's built into a hill, so the cats walk up it. You hear their little feet walking up the house. So sometimes I walk outside and they're just looking down on me from the top of my house. Hey there, peasant human. Tommy, letting all the fish go. He's decided he doesn't want to catch fish anymore. He wants to let them live. Yeah, because I'm built on a hill too, only the top bit of the A-frame is exposed. So it looks like the tiniest house on the planet. If I had an unlimited amount of money, I'd cover the front of my house in like rocks and dirt and fake dirt and make it look like a hobbit hole. Get a round door. Or the TARDIS. Because it's bigger on the inside. It does look like a glorified tent. Every time Alice has kids over, kids have no filter. They're always like, oh my god, your house is so tiny. And then they walk in and they're like, oh, it goes down. Yeah, you little shit. I'm just reeling. Yeah, it's just a shitload of stairs slowly leading you down to the ground floor. Though I caught a fish that way. I hear my bells going again. I haven't had a ghost snag, Tepic. A lot of real snags and some pretty bad real snags, but the old trolling ghost snag, I haven't had one of those since I've been back for the last week or so. More shame. This guild is full of shame. Yeah, when they lose a fish. There's no more shameful action than losing a fish. Gingerbread, huh? Alright, I keep throwing shit and failing. It's cloudy. Let's throw that top water. It's gotta work. A cloudy day. It's gotta work, he said. It worked. I lost it. I wonder if I can throw a pause in there without fucking up the prompts. Oh, that was a rock. No, that doesn't count. Nobody saw that I lost that fish, chat, so it doesn't count. The one I thought was a fish before may have been a rock, too. It's a likely story to tell your friends. Alright, there's not fish here. I've been bamboozled. I have a fish. It's very small. It's a Dolly Varden. Pardon my Varden. There's a fish. I was just doing it wrong. That is what they call me, Richard Hot Hands Hammer. Oh, I need to dig. Is that a belly here? No. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. Where'd you go? Caught the only fish that existed here. The last two of their kind. I need to dig, it's killing me. Or water scoop. Yes, junk. It's crazy how few fish bite up by shore. They're like all out there. Jasky, let me get some of them fried potatoes with bacon, dog. I'm over here trying to survive on cukes. It's passworded because I think it had to be. Maybe it didn't. Maybe I just did it. But yeah, it's you can join. Anyone can join. The Burbot. They just stopped biting. Voltangel. Voltangel. Thank you for the 61 months. I appreciate you. I mean, that's fishy. A worm by that? You'd catch something. Or at least lose your worm. The password is rich ham, like the emote, the capital H in the middle bit. On the ham, not on the rich. You have to shame each other, though, when you miss fish. It's the rules. One hard and fast rule here. We don't say tight lines enough in this chat. I miss how much people said tight lines in Fishing Planet. Tight lines, chat. Tight lines. Oh, dude, did Jassy send me some pancakes? Nope. Smoked salmon? Oh, that went nowhere. Fast. It's too light. My ultralight out here will just get smoked. It won't be for fun. It'll just get ripped off. The only fish I've caught that it could even land were on the bottom. A fish. They do exist. I don't even think there's any perch in this river, and I'm throwing a perch-colored lure. It's fine. They don't know. They're not smart. This idiot. You can just look at his face and see he's dumb. You actually can. Oh, there are perch? Oh, okay. Never mind. He's still dumb. I still stand by what I said. Look at that idiot. Look at that idiot's face. I've been begging people to give me a force feedback fishing pole. I want one to be created. I want it to slam me in my fucking monitor when I hook into a 110 kilo fish. I guess that's the difference with that direction of casting, is you end up not floating so far into shore. Man, fishing just really ain't doing it for me, huh? I do fish IRL, yeah. A lot. That hook's a little small. I live on a lake, yeah. Right on top of it, floating here. Whoa. That hook's too big. I think that's the same size hook I put on there. Does not Zenja? No. Alice just got me a fishing hat though for Father's Day, so now I have to wear it all the time. That's too big, I think. Anyway, we're gonna run a different spinner. Thanks, Melon. That might be too big. It's closer, though. Just went right by it. Hey, I can actually throw that thing somewhere. Yeah, I just got here. I think it's something like that. What's the name of it? Yama. Yama, 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 chameleon. Actually did better a little faster here, but, you know, fuck around. Find out. As we always do. Is that fucker a million miles? Oh no, that's my other lines. This is my bottom rods out there. The scientific method. Do it differently every single time, then forget what worked. It just instantly tore with nothing on the line. That is weird. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Now that's the spot. It's our home now. Yeah, no, we gotta cast more straight out so it doesn't end up running down shore. Yeah, anyone can join in. The channel password is Rich Ham, like an emote. Capital H in the middle bit. This one did work for me earlier. The spoons have done okay. None of it's been good. Yeah, it was a bad emote choice because we can't type it in chat without typing the emote. Or a bad password choice, not emote choice. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. There just ain't no fishies. It's a fact. Don't trust the guy that's actually catching them. He's a liar. He's somewhere else. He's jebaited me. Laughing his ass off. Got that idiot. I feel like this needs a one-out, but I don't have a good one-out. Yeah. Night, double nuts. I usually, so the 14.5 kilos where I think most of us end up getting multiple reels, but otherwise I skip steps. Like I went from 5.5 to like 9.5 or 10, and then I went to 14.5 right away. And then I bought another 14.5 before buying the big boy. But I know some people bought like 3 10-kilo reels before buying 14.5 kilos. And I don't think I'd ever want to go back to a 10. Alright, there's not fish here. Not on the cool rocks. These ain't done shit. Yeah, I feel like you would use a 14 kilo later on and won't use a 10 really. Because 10's just a little bit too small to get into a lot of the big specials. You know, if you're fishing, say, a 6 kilo average fish with the 12 kilo top end, you don't want to be on that 10 kilo rod. Yeah, it's just Balea with bigger fish. Alright. Towards those rocks. Maybe he meant these rocks. I think I always cast towards those rocks. Maybe he meant these rocks. It so feels so wrong to reel this way against the current. I did catch a fish, though. Even more tight lines, Noel. Tight lines. And that's how I do in real life, Raptor. Yeah, my leader's 35 kilo. Yo, Gallagher, thank you for the 50 bucks. I appreciate it. And the kind words, thank you. Did I need that? Is my leader not that long? No, it is only a 35. Oh, you think smaller leaders work better here? I landed a 60 kilogram. Well, if that's the case, I'll just switch rods. No. This one. That's how long has this fucking rod had a steel leader on it? Jesus, I didn't even know. I clicked the wrong leader someday and didn't realize it. Wait, which rod did I just set up? 3. Oh, I hate free lures. It makes me feel bad in my feel bad points. I prefer not to be sent stuff in the future. You didn't know there? I like the puzzle, guys, to a degree. Like if I want to ask, you know, I'll ask a little. But it's fun to figure it out. Yeah, I'll eat your food, though. Just to see if you make it any better than anyone else. A fish. Idiot. I feel like I haven't seen Klein on. Am I just drunk and bad at your names? Yeah, definitely seem to be having better luck casting straight out. I should have waited before I hit that initial reel. Fish. Tommy Giro. Shame. A dolly. It doesn't have a butthole. How am I supposed to poke in the butthole to get his fins to stand up to take a good picture? I just learned that people do that, and now I have to continue to share it with chat regularly. I hate it too, but it's apparently a real thing people do. And I may have tested it to see if it worked. You could. I just failed? You can fail to scoop? Oop, I ate an unpickled cucumber. Did it work? It did make the fins of the fish stand up. It's dark. I got no faith in the dark. is a size 1, huh? Oh, that's the same as, yeah. I guessed right. I'll try it. Oh, the other one was doing okay. No, I don't need any more free gifts. Thank you for asking. It does feel like the cast is dead once it's this side of the river. Stuff. Here we go. This is the solution. That's it. Uh-huh. 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 I think there's a fish on that. Yeah. Hey, there goes my bobber. Chat, keep an eye on my bobber. Glad I paid $100 to come here and burbot fish. Rod? You're drunk. Well, that was fast. It was very fast. It got off. Alright. These circle hooks suck. That's the second one I've lost on these circle hooks. That was a decent feeling fish, too. I'm mad they hate circle hooks in this game. Put them at such a low tier. How could they? It feels like we've lost a lot of fish reeling against this current, though, too. Yeah, you can definitely still lose fish. I've just lost 2 tonight in a short period of time on circles, which has me sad. And I need to blame someone. I didn't cast this that many times. Losing a fish this common IRL, way more common. Depending on what you're fishing for, what you're fishing with to a degree as well. Like, you don't fish a lot of, or you don't miss a lot, or lose a lot of fish when you're fishing treble hooks. But like, if you're fishing just a regular J hook, I got yelled at by that Australian fishing streamer for saying J hook. But anyway, if you're fishing just a regular J hook, you'll lose quite a few fish, especially if you're a novice. They throw their body weight against it, Gallagher. It's actually the line letting out of the reel. Everyone thinks that's just about not breaking your line, but in reality, it's also about not letting the fish get off your line, right? So when the fish turns sideways, it'll pop itself off the hook. When a fish turns sideways, though, it usually also pulls really hard against the reel. So if the reel lets out a little line, it keeps that fish from being able to spin off that hook. So like in IRL, there's an argument to, you know, always keeping your drag low enough that a fish can pull against it a little bit. That's why when you watch like survival shows and survival videos and they're just throwing out hand lines, they lose a ton of fish. You're like, how did he lose that fish? He's starving to death. But trying to pull in a fish on a tight line without the pull, that's also a part of the pole bending, is you're giving that give to the fish. So when the fish really pulls hard, the rod bends a little extra. And it's all that stuff to keep the fish on the hook. But yeah, tight line fishing with without a rod and reel, hand line fishing and stuff it's very hard to keep fish on the hook. Good luck, Terminus. Sleep well, or at least some. Is this the world's tiniest burbot? Nope, I've seen smaller. He scoop. It's good. Tomorrow we're going to try another spot. Except I forgot where. Oh, that's a decent fish. That's a decent fish. Or it was on a rock. Oh, it's got some oomph to it. Should be at least a few of the kilos. You reel so slow, buddy. Really? I guess it's just switching to the different rod made that feel that much harder. That wasn't a very big fish at all. You're fishy, fishy, fishy. You're fishy, fishy, fishy. That's a big ultralight fish. Oops. What other fish were out here? Oh, there is a rainbow trout. So many fish. And so many of them caught on this same damn spoon, it makes me angry. A three-toothed lamprey? She's only got 3 teeth. Hey there, Dolly. Yeah, it's true. It definitely is skewed stats for sure. When there's that many fish on here that have all been caught with that lure, you know that the majority of people are throwing that lure. It was nice getting the one right away. Then they're gone. I think I used to do this faster. Yeah, not have so much slack in the line. Why do I keep randomly double dipping? It's happening more than I want it to. Yeah. Don't do that. Yeah, casting that way it just ends up on shore too fast. Nice burbot. Definitely has been the best for me though. Fish, 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 fish. It's unfortunately performing the best for me of all the ones I've tried Raptor, and I'm mad about it. Something about this cast just didn't work out. It floated out too fast. And I really don't think we've caught a fish once we get past the first like 6 jig steps. I'm usually not one to give up on a cast, though. But I haven't seen shit come up shallow. Yeah, the river's wider than it looks, that's for sure. Nothing. Alright, we gotta find somewhere that's slightly more active than this, or I'll be too bored with this river. Especially since the fish aren't, like, inherently super big. Where's the Chinook spot? It doesn't seem like anyone's chasing those, though. They're just rare. There's a whole bunch of fish I haven't caught out here yet. Whole buttload. As much as that lure is all over them. This is going back up, right? Yeah, we just don't fish for things that take that long. My hand can't handle that. Oh, you're catching a lot of chum in between. At least that's nice. Are they still good? Bend them. Like Beckham. Yeah, they should be fine, though. What the fuck is this swamp? Oh, that's sand. I'm so fucking colorblind. I thought this was green. Thought that was all green. It's a long run. Jesus, my little dog walked in here. I thought it was one of those outdoor cats. I just unlocked Leech, and I don't get any skill ups off it. Rude game. This is like right down from where I was trying earlier. Someone suggested here. Probably casting the other way. Oh, that was an insta-fish. It's tiny like a baby. It's another one. A little better. Is this the first spot I picked just by looking at the map, but I fished down here? Oh yeah, there's supposed to be bears. I forgot we're supposed to get murdered by bears here. Can't wait. Well, hopefully too many people don't come here, Smog, and steal your fish away. Make a move. Hello, Dolly. Might as well throw these out, eh? Just gonna stick them out in front of me and see what they do. Wrong guy. You got the wrong guy. Now this is a tolerable bite rate. I can handle this. Four. It's tolerable, yeah. If only there was a boat. I could catch fish this fast in real life, but they wouldn't be salmon. We had some bass fishing like this last week in our tournament. It was fucking exhausting. I finally caught up to my real life age, in game age. They're the same, Jesse. They're locked up. Feels good. It's a big boy Balea. It was going really poorly for me for the last about 2 hours, but I seem to have found a spot with a tolerable fishing rate of one every cast. And he's slower than that. It's too slow. I didn't used to mind casting 3 or 4 times for a fish. But as I start to cast like 80 meters, I'm not casting that far, but like 40 meters, this is just a really long retrieve to not catch a fish. Yeah, one of my viewers took me to his farm pond to fish on my last fishing road trip. And it didn't matter what you threw in the water, everything was attacking it. I was catching bluegill on crankbaits. It was wild. Some of those uninterrupted ponds and streams are crazy. I didn't catch a fish. The spot sucks. I gave it every chance it had. Come on, come on, come on, come on. He said cast out between the islands, and I've been doing the opposite and casting left. So we'll try this way once. That's exciting, Skywalker. Oh, there was a fish there. I'll say it again. I'll say it a lot in the weeks coming up. But I'm doing another fishing road trip where I drive around this country of ours and fish with chat. If you're interested, there's a Discord or a fishing channel on my Discord. I base my route on where people live. I may or may not visit you, depending on the route I plan. And don't kill me. I know I'm killable, but my daughter, she's very sweet, and she would be very sad if her dad died. Or at least that's what she says. In the southeast need to sign up? Yeah, right now the southwest is winning. I need some more mid folks. I don't have like any Indiana, Ohio, Missouri. Last one we were loaded with people. I was struggling between 3 different directions. Oh man. Yeah, I don't think I can do Canada. Not yet. I would like to eventually get to do Canada. All of it. Do the entirety of Canada. I'm 2 down. How many people in Canada left? The chum salmon are here. I just don't know how Canada feels about convicted drug felons. I'm more worried about that than the vaccine thing. Not. It's the crack. Your politicians do it. They should let me in. It's red. Sockeye. That was a lot of experience. Yeah, as much as it floats down, it makes sense I was catching him down there too. Didn't catch a fish. Spot sucks. This is a little guy. I wish I could get those bottom rods going a little bit too. What is it? Chum salmon. That one's got some weight to it. A couple kilos. How do I apply for Canadian criminal rehabilitation? I want to be rehabilitated. Again. It worked well the first time, honestly. Can't complain. Got it slow reeling against that current. Do I have to write a letter to Canada? Dear Canada, I'm sorry about my crimes in the past as a youth. Please forgive me. Yeah, it's been like 14 years, so I definitely meet the 5-year rule. Are you out here after catching those char? No, you're on tongue. I didn't know that Canada let their maple syrup get stolen. Fools. Fence, thank you for the 5 months. Yeah, I had like a 10-kilo Arctic earlier too. Wasn't a trophy. Yeah, I think Canada's pretty cool about its Snapdragon, as long as you're not a drunk driver. I hear they take the drunk driver, or drunk driving charge very, very seriously. Understandably, but unfortunate for those who fucked up. No, Gallagher. I mean, it is fucked up. It is a tough crime, but you know, the old no forgiveness thing is certainly hard, especially when 21-year-olds aren't exactly the shining example of intelligence and good choices. And it's not like alcohol itself inspires good choices. Tight lines, Tepic, tight lines. We just now got, with Uber and Lyft and stuff, just now have public transportation options here. They weren't even a thing in my area for the majority of my life. Which makes bars extra fucked. It's not like they didn't know 90% of the people leaving the bar had been drinking. There was no other way to get out. They had to change the law in like the 90s or early 2000s to make it illegal to drive any motor vehicle on the road because there were so many people with drunk drivings that they started driving their lawnmowers to the bar around here, or their tractors. I don't drink. I'm just a 32-year sober man. I've got a pretty big grudge against alcohol myself. Unless you commit a crime when you're there. Alright, Jesse, let's go fishing. Yo, more like. Was that grayling a trophy earlier, Jesse? Ooh. That one tugged a little. It wasn't a trophy, damn. You must have been really close. What's trophy grayling? Oh, you were also like 300 grand. I asked in my chat, but I said you were probably still alive. I was like, man, I wonder if that made it to the cafe order. That's twice you've been so close to the big cafe order. Always 3 kilo to start a trophy. Yeah, you were like a 2997, weren't you? It's pretty hot for a burbot. What is this little thing? Oh, long-nosed sucker. You're cute. I forgot to dig while I had my rods put down. My dad got felony drunk driving for getting 3 and 10 years. He was one of the first after they added felony drunk driving and has a life of a restricted license for the rest of his life. It's been like 20 years. He can still drink though. He just can't drive anywhere but to and from work and AA meetings. That's the part that bugs me about DUIs. Taking away a man's right to drive, not his right to drink. Wow, way to shame me, Penguin. I mean, if a cop wanted to be a dick, Calistigo, I think they could give him some. I mean, he's gotta be able to stop at gas stations and shit, right? So, but I think if a cop wanted to be a dick, they could get on about his license for pretty much anything. I'm not talking about taking away the right to drink of the entirety of the population, just the guy who clearly has a drinking problem so much that he gets drunk drivings repeatedly. But if you take away their right to drink, that doesn't continue to make them fuck up and be a part of the system. Another big 7, Jesse. Damn. This guy is 7s. They take away all of our rights to drink until we reach a certain age in like almost every country. And we do just fine. Ouch, Jasky. Don't you have a couple of those records now, Jesse? Why is it engine? Which part? Like I said, we control drinking already. Here, if you aren't legal age to drink, they turn your driver's license so it looks completely different. They don't even gotta check the date. Hi, deer meats. That's absolutely, I would say you're completely wrong in that engine. They check your ID every single time you buy alcohol, every single time you drink. No one checks you every single time you get into your vehicle. Oh, here you get ID'd every single time you go in to buy alcohol. We've gotten incredibly strict about it. Like, we have signs at all of our cash registers that say, have your ID ready. The point is, there's legitimately a way to check every single person that drinks. And it's supposed to be done, right? There isn't with drivers. Yeah, our licenses are different for buying alcohol or not. For kids, like I said, they already do it for under 21, adults under 21. It's just so silly to me that people get super defensive of this one when, like, we already do it. And you act like there's not a shitload of unlicensed drivers driving around because they have no other way to survive without a license when you live in rural America. It's literally just a way to fucking keep people down. Yeah, that's how ours are too. Portrait, not landscape. Landscape 1 through 21. I did it like 10 years ago or something. It's pretty crazy to think people born when I was rocking a sequin millennial shirt or millennium shirt are old enough to buy alcohol. I was at Roller World, skating into Y2K. Those kids can buy alcohol. Yeah, Cal Secret people have a problem with it. Like, and I know that's not necessarily the best solution, but it's certainly a better solution than trapping them without a license. Right, it's true. It's just not. The reality is, alcohol just is not frowned upon. When we are all, the majority of us are just brainwashed into believing it's some reason acceptable, while other substances are not, as if it isn't wildly destructive to people's lives. and causes a massive amount of damage on the roads. And that's an interesting one though, Tifa, because like, I mean, tobacco didn't win. I feel like we throw something under the bus every so often to distract people from other problems. But like tobacco didn't win, and they had plenty of corporate lobbying. I mean, at the rate things are going with cigarette taxes and stuff like, and the number of smokers you see is already little to none, and at the rate it's going, it's going to be absolutely unaffordable if you aren't wealthy. Yeah, it's crazy, Jesse. And popularized, man. Like, you know, TV and movies and everything, it's so popularized. A dude who smokes crack is always a bad guy in a TV show or a movie. But the main characters can sit there and drink in every other scene, and they're the cool guy. And not even something as bad as crack, just, prescriptions. Anybody who's popping pills is instantly looked frowned upon as a bad guy. It's like a classic way to show the dude's fucked up is he pulls some pills out of his nightstand at a heated moment in the show. Ooh. Oh yeah, I'm not trying to argue. I don't give a fuck if people drink. I just think it's funny how every time it's brought up, there's like this big defense against drinking instead of against everything else. It's because it's a part of so many people's lives. Did they, Jesse? That's interesting. I haven't watched The Wire. And I know my stance, like Gallagher said earlier, my stance is biased. I've watched alcohol destroy far too many lives in my family and friends. Cousins, I fell asleep at the wheel once and got very lucky and veered into a carport instead of off the road into trees. Like it was one in a fucking million. But now I'm gonna be doing this road trip for chat coming up here. Like I pull over and take fucking 30-minute naps regularly when I'm driving in truck stops or parking lots. I don't fuck around with driving tired. I couldn't live with myself if I killed somebody doing that, you know? We were walking down this side of M40 and a guy veered off the road asleep and almost ran us all over. Later, that guy became my DM in D&D for many, many years. That was how we met. He almost ran us over. That one, like, oh, it's the wrong lure. I smoked on stream for many, many years. And the amount of shit I got for smoking. I mean, it became a thing where I just started fucking banning people for it because I didn't feel like having the same arguments over and over and over and over. But there was thousands of streamers wasted and people in there celebrating it and giving them money for it. You know, it's where people, that's the part that fucks with me, is where people just pick and choose in their own brain what's acceptable and what's not. Yeah, they had to ban it from being like a tip goal. I don't know, they probably don't anymore, but for a while it was so bad people were doing like $5 a shot and people were sitting here getting alcohol poisoning. I should have done $5 a cigarette. Oh my god, the amount of that I got Rio was so bad. My favorite one though, the one that made all the shit I got was the kid who came in and said, "Did you know smoking gives you AIDS?" And I laughed and said something sarcastic to him. And then he just like posted a wall about how his mom got AIDS from smoking. And then I had to explain to that kid that his mom was a liar. I thought it was just a big troll at first until we had a whole conversation about it. Dude, the amount of fucked up things I've heard from one of my best friends growing up, his mom told him his dad was dead. That kid used to take me to his dad's grave. Turned out his dad was alive and lived one town over. She just didn't want him to see him. My mom found out before he did, and she told me, and I was like 10, 11, maybe tops. You can't tell him, though. At 11, I couldn't live with that shit. That was too much on my plate. One of the girls we hung out with, her parents told her she had some disorder where she couldn't have sex. Did it work? I mean, she stopped having vaginal sex. Or didn't stop. She never had vaginal sex until she was informed that it was a big lie. And, like, we kept all telling her that it was a lie, but she just, you know, refused to accept that her parents were liars. "24 siblings. Jesus Christ." Having a kid absolutely doesn't make you a parent. As a dad, it's tough to see. Especially now as a single dad, it's so tough to see how many people think the bare minimum effort is enough. Like, you know, y'all know you didn't have to have a kid, right? Yeah, Alice asked me the difference between dad and father the other day, and that's basically how I explained it. Father just means you had a kid. Dad means you're there. Single dad for about 6 months now. It is rough. I've been a single dad now. Well, it's my second go of it. Uh, I didn't do a good job my first go of it. I was bad at it. But this is my second go of it now, and I don't know how long it's been. I think we're going on shit. I have no idea. It's over a year. I'm doing my best, Jasky. I still have good days and bad days, but it's complicated though, man. You know, like I always feel so guilty if I ever like catch myself looking forward to my days off. And I know that's not that big. Like any parent, even when I was a full-time parent, I looked forward to my days off, you know. If we had she had plans to stay at my mom's or something so me and my wife could go out. But it feels so different now that your time is cut in half. Even as a 50-50 parent, it's still never enough time, right? It also feels like a competition all the time. Like you try, and me and my ex-wife talked about this the other day. Like we try not to compete, but it's hard to not feel like it's a competition. 1.8. How far away is town? I might run because it's been really slow the last couple hours. That's so fucking far, isn't it? Ugh. Both my parents sheltered us more, like in weird ways. Like, you know, they would they wouldn't explain things to us as if we were able to handle it. They weren't always honest with us about what was going on, even though we probably could have handled it, and it would have been easier than finding out later. But then at the same time, you know, like we had no rules. We could come and go as we please and stay out all night and all that shit at very young ages. So they sheltered us in a sense. But now I look at it and I just feel like they just lied to me for no reason. I love both my parents, but, you know, I think a lot of the times bad influences are the best influences. There are no boats or ATVs here. It's all a big island for no movement at all. So Alice probably knows more things than she should at her age, but childhood is just a brief part of her life. It's the cafe. I have that too. 21 silver. All these fucking bottom fish and bobber fish. Wow. Oh, those are out here? Yeah, I agree, Nick. I feel pretty lucky. My kid's very good, and she's quite smart, but very well behaved. It's been a pretty easy road for us as parents. She's handled this separation with her mom way better than I handled it when I was her age. And my parents split about the exact same age as her and her mom and I did. It's alls I knows that I don't know nothing. That's the song. Ba-bum, 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 ba-bum. I need to go get fixed. Speaking of kids, I really need to schedule that. Magic, T-Res? Magic, I bet. Monetary value. My daughter's been doing that. She was so excited to buy me a present for Father's Day with her own earned money. She's been buying some of her own toys and stuff that she wants. We spoil her so she gets, you know, her earned money is pretty easy to earn. Did I run by my rods? Yeah. Better be pickles. It's not pickles. There's no lure there. Unless you meant that ball of ground bait. Where the fuck are my poles at? Oh, those lot parents just don't know how to handle that shit, William. Oh. Almost ran by him again. The last person on Earth I want to take financial advice from is my mother. Ah, that sucks, T-Res. Both parts. The eye and the money. Yeah, I had both of my best friends growing up lost a parent and got money because of that. And they both wasted it. Just wasted it. I tried to convince them to buy a house with me. I bought a house straight out of high school at 18. And I tried to convince them both to buy it with me. Instead, they just rented rooms from me. I've had pretty good luck. My dad's been, you know, I'd say like, you know, hillbilly finances. You know, invest in stuff and property and things. And we don't do a lot of stocks and bonds, but stocks and bonds, what year is it? Anyway, not a lot of that shit. Not playing the money market. but buying and selling shit and yeah, the kid who spent 10 grand on the Isuzu was that was something from his dad's accident that he got 10. It was supposed to be $1,000, got 10 grand instead, then had to pay it back to the IRS. I certainly didn't mind them being an idiot when it benefited me, you know, because I was a selfish child. But do I own the whole street yet? No, I haven't done that well. When I say I bought a house, I mean I started buying a house. I ended up selling that house for what I owed. Like I slightly over, but not much. Weirdly though, there's a street in my town that I've owned 3 of the 6 houses I think on it. 1, 2, 3. 3 of the 7 houses that are on that road. I always joke I'm gonna eventually buy them all. No, I ended up renting that house back, Calisigro. I bought it, or I was buying it from a guy on terms, or land contract, whatever you call it in your neck of the woods. And then I sold it back to him, and then I rented it back from him. For a brief period before we bought the garage house where I streamed in the garage. Oh, did you buy a car? Yeah, that's a tough choice. The amount of kids from my high school that got out, went straight to work in the factory in town. On temp work, too, of nonetheless. They weren't even full-time yet, just on temp work. And then went out and bought brand new cars and ended up having them repoed. But again, like I said earlier, 18 to 21, you're not really an adult. You're not really smart enough to be making some of these damn decisions that we start making. No, I'm still in the same house I did the fishing streams from. This is technically my 4th house that I bought. I only own one. I'm buying this one, but I do own one house currently, free and clear, that I got for $19,000. But I let my little brother live there because he doesn't have a dad like I did growing up, and I'm trying to give him the same head start I got. Though he's 18 and not doing a very good job, which is neither did I. Let him make some mistakes. He's doing better than I am, honestly. Or I did, honestly. What are you catching all this grayling on, Jesse? Yeah, that's tough, Melon. I didn't have much set up. My dad, like, I live in an area where, knowing people is very valuable. So the reason I got to buy a house on terms from a guy was because he was a family friend. Terms means he was my lender, right? Instead of having to go borrow money from a bank, because at 18 I would have no credit, he loaned me the money, and I was buying it from him instead of buying it from a bank. So that's always how my dad has set us up, is people. You know a guy for that. Which, through this whole political shit, you know, obviously I'm liberal and my town is not. It's been interesting to see how quickly, or how adamant people have been about, like, writing off shitty people. But, like, I've just grown up with this mentality of, like, be friendly to everyone. And it is in a sense so it benefits you, but at the same time, you know, I will also help them out when they need me. It is a mutual benefit. And you start being an asshole to people in my town, everyone will be talking about you become an asshole. Jesus, Melon. Yeah, I worry because I'm trying to set Alice up. You know, we did the erotic calendar. Y'all were so generous in buying my body. And you guys give money directly, like in your donation message to her, and I always put that into her savings. So I worry about my daughter because she's going to be set up way better than I was. Unless I become an alcoholic or a drug addict or something and spend her whole savings. But I worry. Like I said earlier, I think bad influences are the best influences. I've always joked I will, when she's like 16, 17 years old, I'm going to become a raging alcoholic just to try to scare her away from alcohol like my dad did. Yeah, that's it, right? Like my dad's got good and bad stuff, but it's the bad stuff that's really kept me from getting in trouble. Both my parents are felons and all that shit, you know, like I I certainly could have ended up a hot fucking mess. I made my one mistake at 18 too though. I didn't completely avoid it, but even through the divorce and stuff, man, my parents were so bad with their divorce, and I've tried and tried and tried as hard as it is, man, because she left me, so I'm bitter, right? Like, I'm not going to pretend I'm not going to be tough guy act here. Like, no, it hurt. Uh, but, you know, as tough as it is to be nice and to keep quiet around the kiddo and stuff, like, I don't want to be my parents. The no drinking, it's so much of it, you know, I don't want to be my parents. And I hope it's not just out of spite. I hope it really is because I want to be better. But but hey, if spite's what does it. The credit score system is such a fucking mess, dude. I love that you get punished because you don't need to borrow money. Seems like a very smart system. I can just afford everything I want. Yeah, well, then you're not a trustworthy lender or lendee. See you, Galgar. Borrower. Yeah. I went with lendee, alright. It's 5:30 in the morning. Go run up a bunch of credit cards and other debt, and then come see us. Don't cancel those cards. That'll give you a point drop. Make sure you keep them. Crocodile lendee. It's definitely more fun to say. I don't know how our credit score system compares to other parts of the world. I've heard both ways on that one, William. I'm not sure which one's which. I've heard never carry a full balance, always carry a partial balance. That I've heard no balance is better. I have enough loans now, I just don't fuck with credit cards anymore. I'm like at a 740 or something. Looking good. No, paying off in full is usually fine. It's canceling that's bad. You don't want to close it. Closing, well, you eventually you can close it. You're going to take a temporary hit when you close an account, just like you do when you check your credit score. Yeah, early payoff on a loan can be bad, or like again, bad in the long term. Yeah, I've always done the keep a small balance, Melon. That's how I built mine up. It was still better than nothing. It may not be the best. I don't know the best way, but it's still better than nothing. But yeah, that was the way I was taught to. Was like, I think like a third of your balance or a third of your limit or something like that. I'm not a banker though. And yeah, accepting the credit card ups is important too. Even though you don't want, like, I never wanted a $10,000 credit limit on a credit card, but apparently that's beneficial too. Having high limits. It's all, yeah, it is elbow, absolutely. I'll never forget my friend who bought a PlayStation or a PlayStation 2, one of the other, at Rent-A-Center, and it ended up costing him over 2 grand. And that's like the kind of thing that if you would have just waited a week, you could have afforded, you know, or maybe even 3 weeks. Like even making minimum wage. But nope, he wanted it then. Isn't 780 the big one? I think that's the big cutoff where like banks start giving you bottom or the lowest interest rates. The other shitty part is there's like very little forgiveness in that stuff. Like I had a loan where I set up automatic withdrawal at the bank with the lady when I took out the loan, and then they just didn't do it, and I didn't even think to look at it, so I ended up being late. That'll just take months to recover from. My bank now has it has a credit score, like a 24/7 credit score monitoring thing. I don't know how they do that. It must not be like 100% accurate. Boy, these are some streams, huh? Fishing and talking about our credit scores. We've really peaked in our content creation. Haha, dick joke. There we go. Fixed. Fish. Never gonna get old, Calastigro. Never. Thoughts as on screaming as an Olympic sport. Like, are we going for length, uh, decimals, sound? Yeah, that's true. You'd have to have whispering too. Then I mean, whispering's basically it's a job already. Like, I get paid to play video games. People think that's weird, and I'm like, dude, there's people out there making a living whispering into microphones, popping bubble wrap. Barber, barbershop screaming. Ah, tight lines, penguin. I mean, I support it. I'd watch it certainly. As long as in the Summer Olympics. There's things I like to watch in the Winter Olympics. The Summer Olympics is fucking lame. There's not a goddamn sport one I care about in the Summer Olympics. Curling's wonderful to watch. Curling and that weird sport where they ski and shoot shit. I'm always tuning in for that. You like the track and field. Yeah, I don't. Maybe I'd like shot put or something if I ever saw it. It's usually just people running though. I don't think I've ever seen fencing. I don't turn on the Summer Olympics like I do the Winter Olympics. What is that? Just a chum salmon. They're always just chum salmon. And the current's so strong here, makes all these fish seem bigger than they really are. Get wrecked, Klein. Ooh, right back into another one. Oh, I do sometimes watch beach volleyball. That can be entertaining. Really, Jesse, that's cool. Pole vaulting is really cool to watch, like at a high school level when people still fuck up. But like at an Olympic level, there's just the danger isn't there. I played too much caveman games as a kid where you'd accidentally fuck up your pole vault and get eaten by a T-Rex. Like that's what I need in my life to enjoy pole vaulting. Does gymnastics have all the dumb like rules like ice skating where they like judge you based on your outfit staying on? We need Raptor Boy. You'll have to break him out of prison. Yeah, I know with the like ice skating, if like a bra strap pops out on a girl's uniform during an whatever they call it, a thing, a performance, it's like minus points. I don't know if gymnastics has those same rules. What if a dick peeks out? I mean, they wear pants. It's the ice. It depends on if or not he has a cute dick. I love the phrase cute dick. Damn, bro. Cute dick. My brother left his Magic the Gathering open on my computer when he stayed here the other day. So I changed all of his deck names to just dumb, adorable gay things. Oh, that's a fish. A pretty cock? That's a bad compliment? I don't like any dick compliments. Magic Arena. I'd rather you did not compliment my dick. I'm never going to believe you. I feel like you're just telling me that to make me feel better. So just don't talk about it. Thank you. Apparently Cobalt Streak has a very pretty penis. I've been told by multiple sources. One of them's Cobalt. If I had to choose between someone complimenting my dick or murdering me, which would you choose? Complimenting my dick, but it's close. I hate my voice too, but not as. I don't even hate my dick. My dick's fine. I think I have a fine penis, but It's just weird. It's just weird to get dick compliments. That's the long and the short of it. The best compliment I ever got about my dick was obnoxiously thick. Cause like that's believable. You're sitting there telling me like reasons you don't want to have sex with me, and one of them is my dick's too thick. Like that's believable. Over your eyelashes? You must have some fucked up lashes, bro. I have like no bottom lashes and massive top lashes. It's weird. You've been asked, is that as big as it gets? I'm so proud of you for admitting that on the internet anonymously. I have a couple of friends. So, like, we're pretty open with our dicks, you know? We don't mind talking about it. But I have a couple of friends who, in my opinion, have very small dicks. And it's so hard to lie to them about it. But they're like, they're like, they know they're not rocking heat or anything, but they're like confident in what they got. And it's so hard to lie to them about it. And I just wish sometimes they'd be honest and be like, yo, I got a small dick, bro. Instead, they like occasionally brag, and I'm like, bite your tongue off. Because I wouldn't want my pros, you know, giving me actual dick criticisms. This is a fish. Da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. Is it just a fucking chum? No, I can't. Is it? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think so. It looks a little extra red, but it looks scarred still. Oh no, it's a Chinook. Damn, 7 kilos isn't even a flag, huh? Yeah, people made me downsize my gear. "35's the trophy, but 6, almost 7 isn't even a flag, huh? I can't remember which side of the island I got that from. That's the closest I've got hooked up on a fish here. They've all been out a lot further from shore. Is it going to be a different species then? Nope, still just a chum. Has anyone found anything bottom rod wise that works that's more successful? This Burbot shit's like 1 in a fucking million here. What about some of these suckers and stuff? They gotta eat off the bottom, right? Is while you're tall. Yeah, that's gotta get old. With lamprey live bait. Yeah, I don't have that. The hell was eating lampreys? Now you're making me want to throw out a random fucking minnow or something. I'm gonna throw out a lake minnow. Everything eats minnows. Oh, you're too tall? Good. You tall folks keep stealing all the short girls from me. Back off. Go after one your own size. Where the fuck's my leader for that? I mean, she doesn't have to be 6'9", but, like, it's a short leader. Oh, I got a loach. I'm gonna throw that loach out there. That wasn't very far. Yeah, as a guy who's 5'8", I recognize that. Oh no, and I like. My biggest problem is I want someone with smaller hands than me, because otherwise I feel like I'm holding hands with my parent. Damn these tiny hands. Online dating has made it so much worse too, because it's just like a flip book of women. You'll find one, you'll be like, close, but nah. I'll find one that hits all the categories. 5'4". It'd be better if you were 5'2". Swipe. And I'm not that big of an asshole if I met people in real life, but it's different when you're just scrolling through a flip book. Holding hands, though? Always, dude. Love holding hands. I'm a hopeless romantic, dude. Yeah, you don't do it in the shower. That's the thing. You remove yourself from the water. But like you're already naked and then it's so much easier to get cleaned up afterwards. So it's like a convenience factor too. But yeah, you step out of the shower. It ain't that complicated. I guess you're 6'9", though. You probably can't get out of the shower. Hey there, Sakai. Imagine bringing lube into the shower. I already hate lube to begin with because it's intrusive. You know, you gotta get it out. You gotta take the time to get at it. It smells like shit. Makes the mess even worse. It does the job, though. That's for sure. Uh-oh. Takes away the fun friction? Yeah, okay. I mean, like, I'm not gonna use it. I just wouldn't be carrying it around with me into the shower. I don't have anywhere to, like, have it, you know? Just gonna bring it in like a waiter. At least in the bed, it's conveniently tucked away in a nightstand. Just leave it there on the shelf next to the shampoo bottles. Just write shampoo on it with a Sharpie in case you have company. Your lube, sir. Yeah, that's why you get dirty in the shower and then clean up. I'm just a dirty dude anyway. I don't give a fuck. A lube butler? That is a sick idea. Where do you hire one of those? Accidentally wash your face with lube. Two showers a day? Jesus. Nah, dude. If I used silicone-based lube, I could use it for 3 days in a row. Oh, it's still on there, eh? I'm a filthy human being. I'm okay with it. I shower like every other day. I also don't do a lot that like makes me get gross. I sit at my desk for a living. Came with a UTI as well. Nice. Bonus points. Oh shit. Do I at least shower after fishing? Not always, no. I don't even always wash my hands, Tommy. I can't smell fish anymore. I mean, like, I have my depression moments, Calistigro, where I'll shower, like, once a week, yeah. But, like, when I'm in a good mood and, like, active, like, going out and about, it's every other day. So, you know. And I don't want to shower any more than that. I should request that I only have sex on my shower days. I already got a shower today anyway. This fish against the current is barely fucking moving. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-ba-da-ba-bum. Just don't be lazy. So I have like super sensitive skin. Like laundry detergent fucks with me really bad. Lots of soap and stuff fucks with my skin really bad, and so does showering. It dries me out so fucking bad. This where Chad says lotion, and I'm like, dude, they don't make enough lotion in the world. You'd have to dip me in a fucking 55-gallon drum of lotion after every shower to not be miserable. Oil-based soap? How about just oil? I have that. I don't have oil-based soap, but I do have some motor oil. How's the water quality? I think it's fine. And it happens everywhere, yeah, no matter where I'm at, even traveling, hotels and everything. Hotels are super sketchy for me because I never know if the sheets are gonna fucking make me break out into a horrible rash. But I love hotels because they do the tucked in bottom sheet. Ugh. Like that episode of Seinfeld where he gets Dominicans to roll burritos. I want Dominicans to roll me into bed. Tide specifically, Melon, for me is instant death. It's just certain part of my bodies that do it, but like my elbows and shit, man, it's just oh. I'm afraid to walk. I don't want to lose it, Raptor. If it was small, I'd be different, but I don't want to lose it. Every step you take is so dangerous. I thought about it earlier. I'm walking, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose it. Cool water does help a bit, but it's like the least satisfying thing in the world. But I think it's more soaps, and I've tried a few. I've got one now that works pretty good. I really like a good old-fashioned bath because I'm lazy, right? I don't want to stand if I don't have to. Plus, I can't jack off standing up, so like, that's a whole ordeal. Shaky knees. Can't come standing. Just sit in the shower. That's cold. How do you not come all over yourself? Dude, you just let it happen, then you take a shower afterwards. You rinse off afterwards. I come all over myself regularly in the bath, Calistigro. How do you feel about that? Do you want to buy my bath water? But you just rinse it off, dude. It's just cum. I make it all the time. It's like it's not even close to the grossest thing that gets on me. You can if you want to. It may kill you. I always rinse off, yeah, after the bath. At least rinse off. Just because of getting soap. And you get a lot soap scummier from the tub, I feel. Harsh is the vibe if you rinse off. I usually leave it running the whole time anyway. Still not a flag, but a different color. Man, 2 of those not being flag is really tough. Oh, this is on my little live bait. A Dolly Varden. Interesting. Did it stay on? Or did I have another one? I don't know. Get it back out there. I don't know what that clip is, and I'm not sure that I want to. I've said and done a lot of things on this channel I regret. I'm out of pickles. Oh fuck, I have clothes I need to dry. The cum reminded me of my clothes need to be cleaned. I've only been hooked by somebody once. Like, seriously hooked. I've had lots of, like, little got your shirt or bumped your head. Scoots McDeasy. Yeah, that was the nose incident. My daughter's getting picked up early today. But she wants me to wake up and spend a little time with her before she leaves. So I get this ripped up sleep schedule today. That's gonna suck. And I have my tournament tonight and then a sponsored stream later tonight. It's gonna be a day. I should go. We had a guy hook his pinky. More like, I don't know how the fuck he hooked his pinky so bad in the tournament last week that he had to find the guy who runs the tournament and have him take it out because he couldn't do it himself. I've had 2 bad incidents of hooking myself, and both times the fish was still on the other hook. It was a treble hook, and the fish was still on as well. One in my thumb and one in the meaty bit between your thumb and your pointer. Alright, I'm going to bed. I gotta. Thank you all for being here. Like I said, tomorrow we're going to check out a new game, a sponsored game, and then probably do something else. Who knows? Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Subs and stuff. I love you. See you probably tomorrow.